Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. High above the realm of mortals, where clouds swirled like ocean currents and the sky stretched endlessly in all directions, floated the majestic archipelago of Tidespell. Here, islands of impossible beauty drifted serenely through the heavens, their edges softened by wisps of mist that clung to ancient stone and verdant forests alike. For countless generations, the people of Tidespell had lived in harmony with the winds that buoyed their world, their lives intertwined with the magic that flowed through every breeze and gust. At the heart of this aerial paradise stood the Windspire, a tower of gleaming crystal that pierced the clouds and reached towards the stars. Within its halls, the Order of the Wind Guardians safeguarded the source of Tidespell's magic and the keystone of its very existence, the Wind Coral. This ancient artifact, a delicate structure of intricate, spiraling tendrils that shimmered with an inner light, pulsed with the lifeblood of the realm. It was through the coral's power that the islands remained aloft, that the winds obeyed the will of those trained in their ways, and that the people of Tidespell thrived in their skyborn paradise. But on this day, as the twin moons rose to their zenith and cast their silvery light across the floating lands, the unthinkable occurred. A tremor shook the Windspire, sending ripples of unease through the very air itself. Within the sanctum of the Wind Coral, a betrayal unfolded that would change the fate of Tidespell forever. Aria, a young apprentice of the Wind Guardians, raced through the twisting corridors of the Windspire, her heart pounding in her chest. She had sensed the disturbance in the air, a wrongness that set her nerves on edge. As she burst into the sanctum, her eyes widened in horror at the sight before her. The Wind Coral, once a pinnacle of beauty and power, lay shattered upon its pedestal. Fragments of its delicate structure littered the floor, each shard pulsing weakly with fading light. Standing over the ruins, a figure cloaked in shadow turned to face her, eyes gleaming with malevolent triumph. Master Vortex, Aria gasped, recognizing the senior Wind Guardian. "What have you done?" The man's laughter echoed through the chamber, cold and hollow. "What should have been done long ago, child? The power of the winds should not be contained, should not be tamed. It is time for Tidespell to embrace chaos." Before Aria could react, Vortex swept his arm in a wide arc. A gale of impossible strength tore through the sanctum, scattering the shards of the Wind Coral to the far corners of Tidespell. As the fragments disappeared into the swirling mists beyond the Windspire, Aria felt the first tremors of instability ripple through the floating island beneath her feet. "You've doomed us all," she cried, struggling to maintain her footing as the winds howled around her. Vortex's smile was cruel. "Perhaps, or perhaps I've set us free." With those words, he leapt from the shattered window of the sanctum, transforming into a dark storm cloud that quickly vanished into the tumultuous sky. As alarms rang throughout the Windspire and panicked shouts filled the air, Aria knew that the fate of Tidespell now hung by a thread. Without the Wind Coral to anchor them, the islands would fall from the sky, plummeting into the unknown depths below. She had to act, and quickly. Racing to the Chamber of Visions, Aria sought out the one being who might offer guidance in this dark hour. The Oracle of Zephyrus, ancient beyond measure, dwelled within a vortex of swirling winds at the heart of the chamber. As Aria approached, the winds parted, revealing a figure of mist and starlight. "Great Oracle," Aria pleaded, "Tidespell is in grave peril. The Wind Coral has been shattered, its pieces scattered. What can I do to save our realm?" The oracle's voice whispered like a gentle breeze, yet carried the weight of ages. "Young Aria, descendant of the first Wind Weavers, your destiny awaits. Seek the 7 fragments of the Wind Coral, hidden across the Isles of Tidespell. Only when reunited can balance be restored. But how? Arya asked, desperation coloring her voice. I'm just an apprentice. I don't have the power to. You are more than you know, the oracle interrupted. Trust in the winds, for they will guide you. Seek out Zephyr, the last of the changelings. Together, you may yet save Tidespell from its fall. With those cryptic words, the oracle faded back into the swirling vortex, leaving Arya alone with her daunting task. She knew she had no choice. With determination setting her jaw, she raced to prepare for the journey ahead. As Arya gathered supplies and prepared to leave the Windspire, chaos erupted throughout Tidespell. The once gentle breezes that caressed the floating islands now whipped into frenzied gales. Storm clouds gathered on the horizon, flashing with ominous lightning. And most terrifying of all, the islands themselves began to list and shudder, their connection to the magical winds that kept them aloft growing weaker by the moment. Arya set out on her quest aboard a small skiff, its gossamer sails catching what favorable winds remained. Her first destination was the Isle of Whispers, a mysterious landmass shrouded in mists said to be home to the enigmatic changelings. As she navigated through increasingly treacherous skies, Arya couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of her imperiled home. Tidespell had always been a realm of wonder, but now, with destruction looming, its magic seemed even more poignant. Islands of every description floated past. Some were little more than rocky outcrops crowned with defiant trees, while others boasted soaring mountains and plunging valleys. Waterfalls cascaded from the edges of some isles, their spray forming rainbow-hued mists that danced in the wind. As Arya's skiff approached the Isle of Whispers, the mists thickened, obscuring her view. Strange melodic sounds drifted through the air, almost like voices carried on the wind. Suddenly, a dark shape swooped past her vessel, causing Arya to duck instinctively. When she looked up, she gasped in wonder. Hovering before her skiff was a creature unlike any she had seen before. At first glance, it appeared to be a great bird of prey, with feathers that shimmered like the northern lights. But as she watched, its form rippled and changed, becoming a sinuous air serpent that coiled gracefully through the sky. Are you Zephyr? Arya called out, her voice filled with both awe and hope. The creature's form shifted once more, resolving into the shape of a young man with hair the color of storm clouds and eyes that sparkled like lightning. He alighted on the prow of her skiff with impossible grace. I am, he replied, his voice carrying the whisper of 1,000 winds. And you are the one the winds have been whispering about. The apprentice who would save Tidespell. Arya nodded, quickly explaining the dire situation and the task that lay before them. Zephyr listened intently, his expression growing grave. The shattering of the wind coral is a catastrophe beyond measure, he said, but perhaps it was inevitable. The winds have long whispered of change coming to Tidespell. Will you help me? Arya asked, hope and desperation mingling in her voice. Zephyr's smile was as quick and bright as a flash of lightning. Of course, the changelings have long been the allies of the wind. Together, we stand a chance of averting this disaster. With Zephyr joining her quest, Arya felt a surge of confidence. Yet even as hope bloomed in her heart, new challenges arose. Word of the wind coral's destruction had spread, and not all who sought its fragments did so with noble intentions. The Sky Pirates, long a thorn in the side of Tidespell's peaceful society, saw opportunity in the chaos. Led by the ruthless Captain Stormraiser, they began hunting for the coral shards, hoping to harness their power for their own nefarious purposes. Arya and Zephyr's quest took them to the farthest reaches of Tidespell. They battled raging storm elementals in the Tempest Peaks, navigated the treacherous currents of the Slipstream Straits, and delved into the heart of the ancient cloud forest, where trees of living mist whispered long-forgotten secrets. At each turn, they faced not only the natural perils of a world coming undone, but also the cunning of their human adversaries. Captain Stormraiser and his crew dogged their steps, their airships bristling with cannons that fired bolts of captured lightning. Yet for every hardship, there was also wonder. Arya discovered depths of courage and power within herself that she had never imagined. With Zephyr's guidance, she learned to truly listen to the winds, to read their currents and eddies as clearly as words on a page. And as they recovered each fragment of the wind coral, she felt her connection to Tidespell's magic grow stronger. Zephyr, too, found himself changed by their journey. The last of the changelings had long lived a solitary existence, but in Arya, he found a kindred spirit. Together, they forged a bond as unbreakable as the winds were changeable. Their final challenge came at the very edge of Tidespell, on a tiny, nameless isle that floated in the liminal space between the known sky and the great beyond. Here, they confronted not only Captain Stormraiser and his pirates, but also the traitor Vortex himself. The battle that ensued was epic in scale, with wind and lightning clashing in a display that lit up the sky from horizon to horizon. Arya and Zephyr fought back to back, their combined powers a match for even Vortex's mastery of chaos. In the end, it was not might that won the day, but understanding. As Arya held aloft the reunited fragments of the wind coral, she saw the truth that had eluded her people for generations. The coral was not merely a source of power to be hoarded or controlled. It was a living embodiment of the bond between the people of Tidespell and the winds that were their home. With this realization, Arya did not simply restore the wind coral to its former state. Instead, guided by instincts as old as the sky itself, she released its power, allowing it to spread throughout Tidespell. The winds sang with joy, and the floating isles steadied their erratic dance. In that moment of harmony, even Vortex and the sky pirates felt the change. The chaos they had sought paled in comparison to the wild freedom of truly belonging to the sky. As dawn broke over a transformed Tidespell, Arya and Zephyr stood together at the prow of their faithful skiff. The realm they had fought so hard to save spread out before them, more beautiful and alive than ever before. "What now?" Zephyr asked, his form shimmering with barely contained excitement. Arya smiled, feeling the winds of change swirling around them. "Now," she said, "we explore. Tidespell is vaster than we ever knew, and I have a feeling our greatest adventures are just beginning." With that, their skiff caught an eager gust, carrying them off towards new horizons. And throughout Tidespell, the winds whispered tales of the apprentice and the changeling who had saved their realm and ushered in an age of wonders yet untold. Story 2, high above the world, where the clouds danced with starlight and the air shimmered with magic, floated the majestic city of Ethoria. Its gleaming spires and gossamer bridges defied gravity, a testament to the ingenuity of its inhabitants and the blessing of the windborn, ethereal beings who had long ago granted humanity a place among the clouds. In a workshop nestled within the twisting roots of a massive sky oak, Zara Cloudweaver stood before a burbling alembic, her emerald eyes reflecting the swirling, opalescent liquid within. The young inventor's fingers, stained with a rainbow of experimental reagents, trembled as she reached for the final vial. "This is it," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the gentle hum of Ethoria's ever-present winds. The culmination of years of research, of dreams. With a steadying breath, Zara added 3 drops of shimmering starfall essence to her concoction. The potion fizzed and sparked, then settled into a mesmerizing, swirling blue that seemed to capture the very essence of the open sky. Zara's heart raced as she lifted the vial to her lips. This potion, if successful, would change everything. It would grant the gift of flight, not just to the privileged few blessed by the windborn, but to all of humanity. As the liquid touched her tongue, Zara felt a tingling sensation spread through her body. Then, with a gasp of exhilaration, she found herself lifting off the ground, hovering effortlessly in the air of her workshop. "It works," she cried, twirling in midair. "By the windborn, it actually works." But her jubilation was short-lived. A sudden gust of wind shattered her workshop's windows and enswept a figure that seemed made of living air and storm clouds. Lord Tempest, one of the mighty windborn, his eyes flashing with lightning and voice booming like thunder. "Foolish child," he roared, the workshop trembling around them. "You dare to steal the gift of the skies? To upset the balance we have maintained for centuries?" Zara felt her newfound power stripped away as Tempest's fury filled the room. "Please," she begged. "I only wanted to share the freedom of flight with all silence." Tempests form swelled, filling the workshop. Your heresy ends now. By decree of the Windborn Council, you are banished to the lower realms. May you never again know the touch of Ethoria's winds. Before Zara could protest, a howling vortex enveloped her. She felt herself falling, plummeting through layers of cloud and mist, the gleaming spires of her home fading into the distance above. The world blurred around her as she fell, until finally, with a bone-jarring impact, Zara crashed into a field of wheat. Groaning, she pushed herself up, blinking in the harsh sunlight of a world she had only read about in ancient tomes. The lower realms stretched out before her, a patchwork of greens and browns, so unlike the endless blue of her home. In the distance, she could make out the silhouette of a ramshackle port town, its weathered buildings a far cry from Ethoria's ethereal architecture. Clutching her satchel miraculously intact and still containing her notes and a few precious vials of reagents, Zara set off toward the town. She had to find a way back home to perfect her formula and prove to the Windborn that humanity deserved to soar alongside them. As she approached the town, the salty tang of the sea filled her nostrils. Ships of all sizes crowded the harbor, their sails fluttering in the breeze. It was here, amidst the bustle of sailors and merchants, that Zara's destiny became entwined with that of Gideon's storm chaser. She found him in a dingy tavern, nursing a mug of grog and a bitter grudge. Once the pride of the skies, Captain Gideon had been a legend among airship pirates, sailing the winds between Ethoria and the scattered Sky Islands. But a fateful encounter with the Windborn had left his ship in splinters and his crew scattered to the winds. You say you can make a man fly? Gideon's voice was rough as sandpaper, his eyes narrowing as he studied Zara. Without Windborn blessing or airship, Zara nodded eagerly. I've done it once already. With the right ingredients, I can perfect the formula, but I need help gathering them and a way back to Ethoria. Gideon's laugh was hollow. Getting into Ethoria's a death sentence for the likes of me. But a spark of the old adventurer gleamed in his eye. If what you say is true, it might just be worth the risk. And so an unlikely alliance was forged. Zero, the brilliant young inventor from the Sky City, and Gideon, the fallen sky pirate seeking redemption. Together, they set out on a quest to gather the rare ingredients needed to perfect Zara's flying potion. Their journey took them to the far corners of the lower realms. They braved the whispering canyons, where echoes of the past guided them to deposits of crystallized cloud essence. In the depths of the luminous grotto, they harvested bioluminescent fungi that captured the very light of the stars. With each successful venture, Zara refined her formula, and Gideon rediscovered the thrill of adventure that had first drawn him to the skies. Slowly, the grizzled ex-pirate's hardened exterior began to crack, revealing a man who had never truly lost his love for the freedom of flight. But their actions did not go unnoticed. Agents of the Windborn, ethereal beings of mist and shadow, dogged their steps. More than once, Zara and Gideon found themselves in pitched battle against these servants of the sky, barely escaping with their lives and their precious ingredients intact. As they neared the final stages of their quest, Zara made a startling discovery. Hidden within the complex alchemical equations of her improved formula was a pattern she recognized from ancient Ethorian texts, a pattern that spoke of a power far older and more primordial than even the Windborn themselves. Gideon, she breathed, poring over her notes by campfire light. I don't think the Windborn created the gift of flight. I think they're gatekeepers keeping some greater power in check. The ex-pirate's brow furrowed. What are you saying, lass? I'm saying that my potion might do more than just let people fly. It might awaken something. Something the Windborn have been containing all these centuries. The weight of this revelation hung heavy over them as they made their final preparations. The last ingredient they needed could only be found in one place, the floating city of Ethoria itself. Under cover of a storm conjured by one of Gideon's few remaining allies, a weather witch named Scylla, they infiltrated the city. Zara led them to the Celestial Gardens, a place she had visited often in her youth. There, blooming only once a century, grew the astral lotus, its petals shimmering with the raw stuff of creation. As Zara carefully harvested the precious flower, a familiar voice boomed across the garden. I knew you would return, little heretic. Lord Tempest materialized before them, flanked by a host of Windborn. Their faces were masks of fury. Was that fear? You don't understand what you're meddling with, Tempest warned, storm clouds gathering around him. The power you seek to unleash will destroy not just Ethoria, but all the realms. Zara stood her ground, the astral lotus clutched to her chest. You've kept humanity bound for too long. We deserve the freedom of the skies. Freedom? Tempest's laugh was like rolling thunder. You would doom us all for your petty ambitions? It was then that the true scope of the situation became clear. The Windborn were not tyrants, but guardians. The gift of flight they so jealously guarded was a cage, containing an ancient deity of chaos that longed to unmake the world. In that moment of realization, the astral lotus in Zara's hands began to pulse with an otherworldly light. The very air around them seemed to tear, revealing glimpses of a realm beyond imagination, where physics and reason held no sway. Gideon, seeing the terror in the Windborn's eyes, made a split-second decision. With a roar of defiance, he snatched the lotus from Zara's grasp and leapt from the edge of Ethoria. No, Zara screamed, reaching out futilely as her friend plummeted towards the lower realms, taking with him the key to unlocking the skies and the threat of unmaking the world. In the aftermath, as the tear in reality sealed itself, an uneasy truce was formed. The Windborn, recognizing the nobility in Zara's intentions, if not her methods, lifted her banishment. In return, she vowed to use her brilliance to find new ways to bridge the gap between Ethoria and the lower realms, without risking the destruction of both. And Gideon? Legends would tell of a lone figure seen soaring through storm-tossed skies, keeping watch over both realms, a guardian born of the earth, but blessed by the heaven. As for the dream of universal flight, it remained just that, a dream. But in its place grew something perhaps more valuable, understanding between the realms above and below, and the knowledge that true freedom comes not from defying the natural order, but from finding one's place within it. Zara stood at the edge of Ethoria, gazing down at the world below. The wind tugged at her hair, carrying with it the promise of adventures yet to come. For while some doors had closed, countless others had opened a whole world of possibilities, waiting to be explored. Story 3. In the heart of the whispering forest, where ancient trees towered like silent sentinels and mist clung to the air like a veil of secrets, young Elysia tended to her small garden of herbs and flowers. The apprentice apothecary hummed softly as she worked, her delicate fingers plucking leaves and petals with practiced ease. Little did she know that on this day, fate would set her on a path that would change the course of history. As the sun dipped below the canopy, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Elysia's keen eyes spotted an unusual shimmer in the air. Curiosity piqued, she approached, her heart quickening as the shimmer coalesced into a ghostly figure, an elderly woman with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Child of the forest, the apparition spoke, her voice like rustling leaves. A great darkness approaches. Seek the codex of whispers in the hollow of echoes. Only you can prevent the plague that threatens to consume the 5 kingdoms. Before Elysia could utter a word, the spirit vanished, leaving behind only a faint scent of lavender and thyme. The young apprentice stood frozen, her mind reeling from the encounter. She knew of the Hollow of Echoes, a place of legend, where the veil between worlds was said to be thinnest. But a plague? The 5 kingdoms? The weight of responsibility settled on her shoulders like a heavy cloak. With trembling hands, Elysia gathered her most precious herbs and tinctures, stuffing them into a worn leather satchel. As she prepared to leave her humble cottage, a pang of doubt struck her. Who was she, a mere apprentice, to embark on such a quest? But the urgency in the spirit's voice echoed in her mind, spurring her forward. The whispering forest lived up to its name as Elysia ventured deeper than she had ever dared before. The trees seemed to lean in, their leaves whispering ancient secrets she couldn't quite grasp. Shadows danced at the edge of her vision, and more than once she thought she glimpsed otherworldly creatures darting between the trunks. As night fell, the forest grew darker and more treacherous. Elysia's heart pounded as she heard the howl of a wolf, or was it something more sinister? Suddenly, a twig snapped behind her. She whirled around, her hand instinctively reaching for the vial of protective herbs at her belt. "Who goes there?" she called, her voice surprisingly steady. From the shadows emerged a man, tall and broad-shouldered, with a face etched by hardship and eyes that spoke of battles fought and lost. "Peace, child," he said, raising his hands. "I mean you no harm." Elysia studied him warily. "Who are you?" "I am Thorin, once a general of the Northern Realm," he replied, a hint of bitterness in his voice. "Now I am but a wanderer seeking redemption." Something in his demeanor made Elysia lower her guard. "I am Elysia, apprentice apothecary. I seek the Hollow of Echoes." Thorin's eyes widened. "A dangerous quest for one so young. What business have you in that accursed place?" Elysia hesitated, then decided to trust her instincts. She told Thorin of the spirit's warning and the plague that threatened the kingdoms. To her surprise, the former general's face grew grave. "I have heard whispers of this plague," he said. "It is said to turn men into monsters, kingdoms into wastelands. If what you say is true, then your quest may be the last hope for us all." And so, an unlikely alliance was formed. Thorin, with his knowledge of the lands and skill with the sword, and Elysia, with her gift for healing and connection to nature's magic. Together, they pressed on through the darkening forest. Days blended into nights as they journeyed. Elysia learned of Thorin's past, how he had been betrayed by those he trusted most, framed for a crime he did not commit, and cast out from the kingdom he had sworn to protect. In turn, she shared her own story of being orphaned as a child and taken in by the wise woman of the Whispering Forest. Their path was fraught with danger. They faced carnivorous plants with vines that sought to ensnare them, crossed treacherous ravines, where the ground itself seemed to shift beneath their feet, and outwitted a pack of shadow wolves whose howls could freeze the blood in one's vein. But it was not all peril. Elysia marveled at the wonders they encountered: a grove of trees with leaves of spun silver, a hidden waterfall whose waters glowed with an inner light, and a clearing where butterflies with wings like stained glass danced in the air. As they neared the Hollow of Echoes, the very air seemed to thrum with ancient power. The trees here were older, their bark twisted into faces that seemed to watch the travelers with hooded eyes. Elysia felt a tingling in her fingertips, as if the magic of the place recognized something within her. Finally, they stood before the entrance to the hollow, a massive, gnarled tree with a trunk split down the middle, creating a doorway into darkness. Elysia and Thorin exchanged a glance, both knowing that whatever lay beyond would change them forever. As they stepped into the hollow, the world around them shifted. They found themselves in a vast chamber, its walls lined with shelves that stretched impossibly high, each filled with scrolls and tomes of every size and color. In the center stood a pedestal, upon which rested an ancient book bound in shimmering, iridescent leather, the Codex of Whispers. Elysia breathed, approaching it with reverence. But as her fingers brushed the cover, a voice boomed through the chamber. "Who dares to seek the wisdom of the ages?" From the shadows emerged a figure that seemed to be made of living smoke and starlight. It towered over them, its eyes like twin novas burning with celestial fire. "I am the guardian of knowledge," it intoned. "Many have sought the secrets contained within these walls. Few have been worthy." Elysia stepped forward, her voice small but unwavering. "Great guardian, I come seeking knowledge to save the 5 kingdoms from a terrible plague." The guardian's gaze seemed to pierce her very soul. "And what would you sacrifice to obtain this knowledge, young one?" Without hesitation, Elysia replied, "Whatever is necessary to save innocent lives." The chamber fell silent, the air heavy with anticipation. Then, to their amazement, the guardian's form began to shift and shrink until before them stood the same elderly woman Elysia had seen in the forest. "You have proven your heart pure and your intentions noble," the guardian said, her voice now warm and familiar. "The knowledge you seek is now yours. But remember, great power comes with great responsibility." The Codex of Whispers opened of its own accord, its pages turning as if blown by an unseen wind. Elysia and Thorin leaned in, their eyes widening as they absorbed the ancient wisdom contained within. They learned of a dark sorcerer named Malefit, who sought to unleash a magical plague that would turn the people of the 5 kingdoms into mindless thralls under his control. The plague was tied to an artifact of immense power, the heart of shadows, which drew its strength from the fear and suffering of its victims. To counter this threat, they would need to gather three sacred ingredients: a petal from the moonbloom flower that grew only on the highest peak of the Frostspire mountain, a vial of water from the wellspring of purity hidden in the depths of the sunless sea, and a scale freely given by the last of the celestial dragons that made its lair in the caverns of time. As the full magnitude of their quest became clear, Elysia felt a mix of determination and trepidation. Thorin placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "We face a daunting task," he said, "but I swear by my honor that I will see it through at your side." Elysia nodded, drawing strength from his words and her own resolve. "Then let us begin," she said, "for the fate of the five kingdoms rests in our hands." As they prepared to leave the Hollow of Echoes, the Guardian spoke once more. "Remember, young Elysia, that the greatest magic lies not in potions or incantations, but in the power of a pure heart and an unwavering spirit. Trust in yourself and in the bonds you forge along your journey." With those words echoing in their minds, Elysia and Thorin stepped back into the world beyond, their path now clear, but fraught with challenges greater than any they had faced before. The race against time had begun, with the fate of nations hanging in the balance. As they emerged from the hollow, the whispering forest seemed different, more alive, more aware. The trees appeared to bow slightly as they passed, as if recognizing the importance of their quest. Elysia felt a new power coursing through her veins, a connection to the natural world stronger than she had ever experienced. Thorin, too, stood taller, the weight of his past sins lightened by the purpose that now drove him. Together, they set their sights on the distant Frostspire Mountains, where their first trial awaited. Little did they know that even now, in his dark tower at the heart of the Blighted Lands, Maleficent sensed a disturbance in the fabric of his carefully laid plans. His eyes, black as the void, narrowed as he gazed into a scrying pool that showed him glimpses of a young woman and a fallen warrior setting out on a journey that threatened to undo everything he had worked for. With a snarl of rage, he summoned his dark lieutenants. "Find them," he commanded, his voice like the scraping of steel on stone. "Bring me the girl. Kill the warrior." As Elysia and Thorin made their way out of the whispering forest, the true scope of their quest unfolding before them, the wheels of fate had begun to turn. The battle for the future of the five kingdoms had begun, and at its heart stood an unlikely hero and a young apothecary with the weight of the world on her shoulders and the fire of determination in her eyes. Story 4. The once golden halls of Castle Luminara echoed with the anguished cries of the people, a stark contrast to the joyous laughter that had filled them mere months ago. King Eldric, beloved ruler of the realm of Ethoria, stood upon his balcony, his eyes no longer the warm brown that had comforted his subjects, but a swirling, sickly green that pulsed with malevolent energy. As he gazed upon the cowering crowds below, a cruel smile twisted his lips, a far cry from the benevolent visage that had adorned tapestries and coins throughout the kingdom. In the shadows of a hidden alcove, Prince Cedric watched his father with a mixture of horror and determination. The young prince's heart ached as he remembered the kind and just king his father had once been. Now that man was gone, replaced by a tyrant who seemed to revel in the suffering of his people. "Your Highness," a soft voice whispered from behind him. Cedric turned to see Lyra, the court's enigmatic sorceress, her silver hair shimmering in the dim light. "We must act now. The curse grows stronger with each passing day." Cedric nodded, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword. "Then let us save my father and our kingdom." As they slipped away from the castle under the cover of darkness, Cedric couldn't help but cast one last glance at the towering spires that had been his home. Would he ever see them again? Their journey took them through the whispering woods, where trees as old as time itself swayed in an unseen breeze, their leaves whispering secrets to those who knew how to listen. Lyra moved with a grace that seemed almost otherworldly, her eyes darting from shadow to shadow, as if expecting danger at every turn. "The fountain of purification lies beyond the Mistweave Mountains," Lyra explained as they made camp on their third night. The firelight danced across her features, casting an ethereal glow upon her skin. "It is said that its waters can cleanse any curse, no matter how powerful." Cedric stared into the flames, his mind filled with memories of his father's transformation. How did this happen, Lyra? How could such a good man fall victim to such darkness? Lyra's expression tightened, a flicker of something guilt, fear, passing across her face. Curses are complex things, Your Highness. Sometimes they prey upon the smallest weaknesses, the tiniest doubts in our hearts. As they journeyed on, the land grew wilder, more untamed. They battled through swarms of shadow sprites in the Valley of Whispers, their laughter echoing hauntingly as Cedric's blade and Lyra's magic cut through their ethereal forms. They navigated the treacherous shifting sands, where reality itself seemed to bend and warp with each step. It was in the foothills of the Mistweave Mountains that they encountered their first true test. A gray dragon, scales gleaming like polished obsidian, blocked their path, its eyes burning with an inner fire fixed upon the travelers. Who dares to seek the fountain? Its voice boomed, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Cedric stepped forward, his voice unwavering. I am Prince Cedric of Ethoria, and I seek to save my father and my kingdom. The dragon's gaze seemed to pierce his very soul. Many have sought the fountain's power for selfish reasons. How do I know your intentions are pure? Without hesitation, Cedric unsheathed his sword, a royal heirloom passed down through generations, and laid it at the dragon's feet. I offer you this, the sword of my ancestors, as proof of my sincerity. I would gladly give up my birthright if it meant saving my people from suffering. For a long moment, silence reigned. Then, to their astonishment, the dragon bowed its great head. Your heart speaks true, young prince. Pass, and may you find what you seek. As they ascended the misty peaks, Cedric felt a growing unease. Lyra had become increasingly withdrawn, her eyes haunted by some unseen burden. When they finally crested the last ridge and beheld the fountain of purification, a cascading waterfall of liquid starlight that seemed to sing with pure magic, Lyra fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Lyra, what's wrong? Cedric knelt beside her, concern etched on his features. I cannot let you use the fountain, she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. For if you do, all will be lost. Confusion and betrayal warred within Cedric's heart. What do you mean? This is our only hope to save my father. Lyra raised her tear-stained face to meet his gaze. The curse upon your father. It was not cast by some evil sorcerer or ancient artifact. It was cast by me. The revelation hit Cedric like a physical blow. He staggered back, his mind reeling. But why? How could you? I had no choice, Lyra pleaded. Your father. He discovered a terrible secret about the true nature of magic in our realm. If he had revealed it, it would have torn our world apart. The curse was meant to protect everyone, to keep the balance. As Lyra's words sank in, pieces began to fall into place. The timing of his father's change, the specific nature of his cruelty, it all made a twisted kind of sense. What secret could be so terrible that it would justify the suffering? Lyra's eyes seemed to hold the weight of ages as she spoke. Magic is not a gift, Prince Cedric. It is a parasite, feeding on the life force of our world. Every spell cast, every enchantment woven, brings us one step closer to oblivion. Your father wanted to reveal this truth, to end all magic. But doing so would have caused panic, wars over the remaining magical resources. The curse. It was the only way to preserve the peace. Even if that peace is built on a lie, Cedric's mind raced, grappling with the implications of this revelation. Everything he had believed about his kingdom, about magic itself, was being turned on its head. Yet, as he looked at Lyra, this woman, who had borne the burden of this terrible knowledge alone, he saw not a villain, but a protector who had made an impossible choice. There must be another way, Cedric said, his voice firm with newfound resolve. A way to save my father, to save our kingdom, without sacrificing everything. Lyra's eyes widened with a glimmer of hope. The fountain, its power is unlike any other magic. Perhaps with its purity, we could find a balance. A way to cleanse the curse without unleashing the truth in its full destructive force. Together, they approached the fountain, its waters shimmering with possibilities. As Cedric reached out to touch the liquid starlight, he felt the weight of his kingdom's future upon his shoulders. Whatever came next, he knew that nothing would ever be the same. With a deep breath, Cedric plunged his hands into the fountain. Immediately, a surge of pure, radiant energy coursed through him. Visions flashed before his eyes, his father in both his benevolent and cursed states, the hidden toll of magic on their world, the delicate balance that had been maintained for centuries. Lyra's hand joined his in the waters, her magic intertwining with the fountain's power. Together, they wove a new spell, one of revelation and protection, of truth and compassion. As the magic surged back towards Castle Luminara, Cedric and Lyra collapsed, exhausted, but filled with hope. They knew that when they returned, they would face a changed kingdom, one where the truth about magic was known, but tempered with wisdom and understanding. King Eldric would be himself again, but forever changed by his experience. The people of Ethoria would have to learn to live with the knowledge of magic's true nature, finding new ways to balance progress and preservation. And Cedric, once a prince seeking only to save his father, now stood as a leader prepared to guide his people through this new age of enlightenment and responsibility. As they began their journey back to Ethoria, Cedric turned to Lyra, seeing her now not just as a sorceress, but as a partner in forging a new future. "Whatever challenges we face," he said, his voice filled with determination, "we will face them together." Lyra nodded, a smile breaking through her tears. Together, she agreed, for the good of all. And so, as the sun rose over the Mistweave Mountain, casting its light upon a world forever changed, a new chapter in the history of Ethoria began, one of truth, redemption, and the enduring power of hope in the face of even the darkest of curses. Story 5. High above the war-torn lands of the surface world, the majestic city of Aether floated serenely among the clouds, its gleaming spires and delicate bridges a testament to the ingenuity of its inhabitants. The city was a marvel of alchemical engineering, held aloft by an intricate network of wind currents and magical levitation fields. At its heart stood the Grand Aeromancer's Tower, home to the illustrious guild of aerial apothecaries, who maintained the delicate balance that kept Aether airborne. In a small, cluttered laboratory near the base of the tower, young Zephyr hunched over a bubbling array of vials and tubes, his brow furrowed in concentration. At just 20 summers old, he was the youngest alchemist ever admitted to the guild, his brilliant mind and uncanny intuition for the magical sciences earning him both admiration and envy from his peers. As Zephyr carefully added the shimmering powder to his latest concoction, the liquid inside the vial began to swirl of its own accord, emitting a soft, melodious hum. His eyes widened in excitement. This was it, the breakthrough he'd been working towards for months. By the Skifother's beard, he whispered, "I've done it." But before he could properly examine his creation, a thunderous explosion rocked the tower, sending vials and instruments crashing to the floor. Zephyr stumbled to the window, his heart racing as he beheld a terrifying sight. A fleet of warships from the Crimson Empire, one of the warring nations below, was ascending towards Aether, their cannons blazing with arcane fire. In the chaos that ensued, Zephyr's miraculous discovery was all but forgotten. The young alchemist found himself thrust into the heart of Aether's defense, working tirelessly alongside his fellow guild members to reinforce the city's protective barriers and conjure gale-force winds to push back the invading fleet. It was only days later, as the dust settled and the immediate threat had passed, that Zephyr remembered his experiment. To his horror, he found his laboratory ransacked, the vial containing his revolutionary potion nowhere to be found. As he stood among the wreckage, a chill ran down his spine. In the wrong hands, his creation, a potion capable of controlling the very winds that kept Aether aloft, could spell doom for the floating city and upset the fragile peace it maintained between the warring surface nations. Zephyr's fears were confirmed when he was summoned before the Council of Windkeepers, the governing body of Aether. The stern faces of the elder apothecaries and aeromancers looked down upon him from their lofty seats. Young Zephyr intoned Magistrate Strauss, his voice as deep and rumbling as distant thunder. "It has come to our attention that you have created a potion of immense power, one that could control the very essence of our city's existence. Is this true?" Zephyr swallowed hard, but stood tall. "Yes, Magistrate. It was an accidental discovery, but the implications are significant." A murmur rippled through the council chamber. Magistrate Strauss leaned forward, his ancient eyes boring into Zephyr. This knowledge cannot fall into the hands of those who would use it for ill. You must recover or destroy your creation before it's too late. The fate of Ether, nay, the fate of all the realms may rest upon your success. And so, with a heavy heart and a determined spirit, Zephyr set out on a perilous quest. He descended from Ether in a small windship, venturing into the war-torn lands below for the first time in his young life. The surface world was a shock to Zephyr's senses. Where Ether was a place of order and serenity, the lands below were chaos incarnate. Vast armies clashed on scorched battlefields, while in the shadows, spies and assassins waged a silent war of their own. It was in one such shadow that Zephyr encountered Arya, a lithe figure with eyes like stormy skies and hair the color of midnight. She emerged from the darkness of an alley in the port city of Stormhaven, her dagger at Zephyr's throat, before he could even reach for his alchemy pouch. Well, well, she purred. What do we have here? An Etherian far from his lofty perch. You're a long way from home, little bird. Zephyr's mind raced, but he forced himself to remain calm. I seek information about a stolen potion, one that could change the course of the war. Perhaps you could help me for the right price? Arya's eyes narrowed, but a glimmer of interest sparked within them. Intriguing. And what makes you think I'd be interested in helping you? Because, Zephyr said, meeting her gaze steadily, if this potion falls into the wrong hands, there won't be a shadow left for spies like you to hide in. The world as we know it will cease to exist. For a long moment, Arya studied him, her dagger never wavering. Then, to Zephyr's relief, she lowered the blade with a wry smile. Well then, Etherian, it seems we have a common interest. Lead on. And so began an unlikely alliance. Zephyr, with his vast knowledge of alchemy and the workings of Ether, and Arya, with her network of informants and unparalleled skills in stealth and subterfuge. Together, they traced the path of the stolen potion through the war-torn lands, always one step behind the shadowy figures who sought to weaponize Zephyr's creation. Their journey took them through perilous terrains, the whispering wastes, where sandstorms carried the voices of the long dead, the Frostfire Mountains, where glaciers burned with an ever-frozen flame, and the Twilight Marshes, a place where reality itself seemed to waver and shift like mist. Along the way, Zephyr and Arya's initial wariness of each other gradually transformed into a deep bond of trust and friendship. Zephyr found himself captivated by Arya's quick wit and surprising moments of compassion, while Arya came to admire Zephyr's unwavering determination and brilliant mind. As they neared their goal, however, the true scope of the threat became clear. The potion had fallen into the hands of Malachite, a renegade aeromancer with dreams of conquering both the surface and the skies. From his fortress in the Stormspire, a towering mountain that pierced the clouds, Malachite planned to use Zephyr's creation to wrest control of Ether and rain destruction upon the lands below. The final confrontation was a battle of both wits and will, as Arya engaged Malachite's guards in a deadly dance of blades and shadows. Zephyr faced off against the mad aeromancer himself in a duel of alchemical mastery and wind control. The laboratory atop the storm spire became a maelstrom of swirling vials and howling gales as Zephyr and Malachite matched spell for spell, potion for potion. But in the end, it was Zephyr's deep understanding of his own creation that turned the tide. With a carefully concocted counter-potion, he neutralized the effects of his original discovery, causing Malachite's stolen winds to dissipate harmlessly. As Malachite howled in fury and despair, the combined forces of Ether, alerted by Zephyr and Arya's efforts, descended upon the Stormspire. The renegade aeromancer was captured, his plans of domination thwarted. In the aftermath of their victory, Zephyr and Arya stood upon one of Ether's many balconies, watching the sun set over the now peaceful lands below. The young alchemist's heart was heavy with the weight of his discovery and its near-catastrophic consequences. "What will you do now?" Arya asked softly, her hand finding his. Zephyr sighed, his eyes on the horizon. "I'll destroy the formula. The world isn't ready for such power, perhaps it never will be. But there are other ways to help, other discoveries to be made." He turned to her, a small smile on his lips. "What about you? Will you return to the shadows?" Arya's gaze met his, a new light shining in her storm-gray eyes. "I think," she said slowly, "that I've had enough of shadows for now. Perhaps it's time I tried life in the light if you'll have me." That is, as they sealed their new beginning with a kiss, the winds of ether swirled around them, carrying the promise of hope and the whisper of adventures yet to come. For in a world where the boundary between earth and sky was bridged by magic and ingenuity, anything was possible, especially for a brilliant young alchemist and a reformed spy who had found in each other the greatest discovery of all. Story 6. In the fractured realm of the shattered lands, where reality itself had been torn asunder by an ancient magical cataclysm, the wandering apothecary Siren picked her way through a landscape that defied the laws of nature. Mountains floated upside down in a violet sky, rivers flowed backwards, and time itself seemed to ebb and flow like the tides. Siren's cloak, a patchwork of shimmering fabrics that seemed to shift and change with each step, billowed around her as she navigated the ever-changing terrain. Her eyes, one the deep blue of a summer sky, the other the rich gold of harvest wheat, scanned the horizon for any sign of danger or opportunity. As she crested a hill made of what appeared to be crystallized memories, Siren's breath caught in her throat. There, nestled in a valley that pulsed with ethereal light, lay the ruins of an ancient temple. Its spires, though crumbling, still reached defiantly towards the fractured heavens. "By the cosmic weave," Siren whispered, her voice filled with awe and trepidation. Could it be? With cautious steps, she approached the temple, her hand instinctively reaching for the satchel at her hip, a bag that seemed to contain far more than its modest size should allow. As she neared the entrance, glyphs etched into the stone began to glow with an inner fire, responding to her presence. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet shuddered and shifted. Siren stumbled, barely managing to keep her footing, as the temple's entrance yawned open like the maw of some great beast. From within the darkness emerged a figure that seemed to be composed of living shadow and starlight. "Who dares to seek the Nexus shard?" The figure's voice boomed, echoing across the fractured landscape. Siren stood tall, her mismatched eyes meeting the figure's gaze without flinching. "I am Siren, weaver of realms and keeper of the fractured lore. I seek the shard to mend what was broken and restore balance to the shattered lands." The shadow being studied her for a long moment, its form rippling like smoke in the wind. Then, to Siren's surprise, it laughed a sound like crystal chimes in a storm. "Brave words, little weaver, but are you prepared for the price such power demands?" With a gesture, the being conjured an image in the air, a vision of the world made whole again, but at a terrible cost. In this restored reality, Siren saw herself fading away, becoming one with the magic that healed the land. Before Siren could respond, a voice called out from behind her. She may not be alone in bearing that burden. Siren whirled to see a man emerge from a shimmering tear in the air itself. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with eyes that seemed to contain entire galaxies and skin that shimmered with an otherworldly light. "Kale," Siren breathed, recognition and wariness mingling in her voice. "Why are you here?" Kale, the Voidwalker from a parallel dimension, stepped forward to stand beside her. "Because, Siren, our fates are intertwined, whether we wish them to be or not. The restoration of your world affects mine as well." The shadow being's laughter rang out once more. "How fascinating. Very well, seekers of wholeness. Enter, if you dare, and face the trials that await. But know this: only one may claim the Nexus shard in the end." As the being vanished like mist in sunlight, Siren and Kale exchanged a glance. There was history between them, a complex tapestry of trust, betrayal, and reluctant alliance. "We don't have to be enemies in this, Kale," Siren said softly. Kale's cosmic eyes softened for a moment. "Perhaps not. But can we truly be allies when our world's futures may hang in the balance?" Together, they stepped into the temple, the entrance sealing behind them with a sound like the universe itself sighing. The interior was a maze of shifting realities. One moment, they walked through a sunlit forest. The next, they were traversing a field of stars. As they journeyed deeper, they faced challenges that tested not only their magical prowess, but the very nature of their beings. They battled shadow versions of themselves, navigated through rooms where time flowed backwards, and solved riddles posed by beings that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Throughout their trials, Siren and Kale found themselves growing closer, their old wounds healing as they faced each challenge together. Siren marveled at Kale's ability to manipulate the void energies that seep through the cracks between realities, while Kale was constantly amazed by Siren's encyclopedic knowledge of magical flora and her ability to concoct potions that bent the laws of nature. Finally, after what felt like both an eternity and mere moments, they reached the heart of the temple. There, suspended in a column of pure, radiant energy, floated the Nexus Shard, a crystalline object that seemed to contain entire universes within its facets. As Siren and Kale approached, the shadow being materialized before them once more. "You have proven yourselves worthy to stand in the presence of the Shard," it intoned. "Now comes the final choice. Who will claim the power to reshape reality itself?" Siren stepped forward, her hand outstretched towards the Shard. But as her fingers neared its shimmering surface, she hesitated, memories flooding her mind. She saw the faces of those she had met in her travels through the shattered lands, beings of incredible diversity and resilience who had adapted to the fractured reality in ways she had never imagined possible. "Wait," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. What if reunifying the dimensions isn't the answer?" Kale's brow furrowed in confusion. "Siren, this is what we've fought for. The chance to heal the wounds in the fabric of reality." Siren turned to face him, her mismatched eyes shining with sudden clarity. "But at what cost, Kale? Look at the wonders that have sprung from the chaos of the shattering. The beings that have evolved to thrive in this fractured world. By fixing reality, we'd be destroying entire ecosystem, entire cultures that have arisen in the wake of the cataclysm, the shadow being tilted its head, curiosity evident in its starry form. You would choose to leave the realms fractured, little weaver." "Not fractured," Siren replied, her voice growing stronger, "but connected. What if, instead of forcing the dimensions back into one, we used the shard's power to create stable bridges between them, to allow travel and communication, while preserving the uniqueness of each reality?" Kale's eyes widened as he grasped the implications of her words. A network of realms, each distinct, but part of a greater whole. "It's brilliant, Siren." The shadow being's form seemed to pulse with approval, a choice born of wisdom and compassion, not merely power. "You have proven yourselves true guardians of the cosmic balance." With a gesture, the being caused the Nexus Shard to float down towards them. But instead of remaining whole, it split into two equal pieces, one drifting to Siren and the other to Kale. "Together," the being said, its voice fading as its form began to dissipate, "you shall weave a new tapestry of reality. May your vision bring harmony to the chaos of the cosmos." As Siren and Kale grasped their respective shards, a surge of power flowed through them. The temple around them began to dissolve, reality itself seeming to hold its breath in anticipation of what was to come. Siren turned to Kale, a smile playing on her lips. "Well, Voidwalker, it seems our journey is only beginning. Are you ready to reshape the very fabric of existence?" Kale's answering grin was like the birth of a new star. "With you by my side, Weaver of Realms." Always, hand in hand, Siren and Kale stepped into the swirling vortex of possibility that surrounded them. The shattered lands trembled with the promise of a new era, one of connection, diversity, and endless wonder. As the Apothecary and the Dimensional Warrior set out to weave their grand tapestry of interconnected realities, the fractured cosmos itself seemed to sing with joy, celebrating the birth of a new and glorious age of exploration and unity. Story 7. In the realm of Lumina, where the very air shimmered with the essence of light magic, the majestic spires of the radiant citadel pierced the sky, like crystalline fingers reaching for the stars. For centuries, the kingdom had basked in the warm glow of the eternal flame, a mystical source of power that kept darkness at bay and suffused the land with vibrant life. But on this fateful day, as young Aurora climbed the winding stairs of the illuminated tower for her daily apprenticeship with Master Alchemist Helios, an unsettling chill ran down her spine. The usually brilliant corridors seemed dimmer, the enchanted tapestries that adorned the walls losing their luster with each passing moment. As she burst into the alchemist's chamber, Aurora's heart nearly stopped. There stood Master Helios, his wizened face etched with lines of worry, hovering over the eternal flame. But where once a brilliant inferno had danced, now only a flickering ember remained. Master Helios, Aurora gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. "What's happening?" The old alchemist turned to her, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and determination. "The unthinkable, my dear apprentice. The eternal flame is dying, and with it, the very essence of our realm." Aurora's mind reeled at the implications. Without the flame, darkness would encroach upon Lumina, bringing with it untold horrors that had been held at bay for generations. She watched as Master Helios frantically leafed through ancient tomes, searching for a solution. "There must be something we can do," Aurora insisted, her golden eyes flashing with determination. Helios paused, his gaze falling upon an illustration in one of the oldest books, a depiction of a radiant seed surrounded by swirling light. "The seed of primordial light," he murmured. "A legend, perhaps, but our only hope. It is said to exist beyond the veiled frontier, in lands no Luminan has tread for 1,000 years." Aurora straightened, a sense of purpose filling her. "Then I'll find it. I'll bring it back and save our kingdom." Helios looked at her with a mixture of pride and sorrow. "My brave apprentice, the journey will be perilous. You'll face dangers beyond imagining." "I have to try," Aurora insisted, "for Lumina, for all of us." And so, with a satchel of carefully prepared potions and her wits as her only weapons, Aurora set out on a quest that would take her beyond the borders of everything she had ever known. As she passed through the radiant gates, the last bastion of Lumina's protective magic, Aurora felt a profound shift in the very air around her. The comforting glow of her homeland faded, replaced by an oppressive gloom that seemed to press in from all sides. It was in this twilight realm that Aurora encountered Nox, a shadow guardian whose form seemed to flicker between solid and incorporeal. His eyes, points of deep violet light in a face of living darkness, regarded her with curiosity. "A child of Lumina," he spoke, his voice like velvet over steel, "far from the embrace of your precious light. What brings you to the realm of shadows, little one?" Aurora stood her ground, her hand instinctively reaching for a vial of luminescent liquid at her belt. "I seek the seed of primordial light to save my kingdom from eternal darkness." Nox's form rippled, a sound like distant laughter echoing around them. "A noble quest, to be sure. But are you prepared for the truth that awaits you in the darkness?" Before Aurora could respond, a bone-chilling howl split the air. From the shadows emerged a pack of umbral wolves, their fur as black as the void between stars, their eyes gleaming with hungry malevolence. "Run or fight, little light-bearer," Nox said, melting into the shadows. "Your journey begins now." Aurora's mind raced, recalling her alchemical training. With a swift motion, she uncorked a vial and flung its contents at the approaching wolves. The liquid burst into a dazzling flash, momentarily blinding the creatures and allowing her to slip past them into the unknown wilds beyond. Thus began Aurora's perilous quest through lands untouched by light for millennia. She traversed the whispering wastes, where the very wind seemed to carry the laments of lost souls. She scaled the treacherous peaks of the Shadowspine Mountains, where gravity itself was as fickle as a changeling's promise. Throughout her journey, Nox appeared and disappeared like a recurring dream, sometimes offering cryptic guidance, other times presenting challenges that tested Aurora's resolve and ingenuity. Despite her initial distrust, Aurora found herself growing to rely on the Shadow Guardian's presence, even as she questioned his true motives. It was in the heart of the Nightshade Forest, where trees of crystallized darkness loomed overhead, that Aurora faced her greatest trial. A creature of pure shadow, ancient and terrible, rose before her like a tidal wave of living night. "Child of light," its voice boomed, shaking the very ground. "You who would upset the balance of the cosmos. Why should I not snuff out your fragile flame here and now?" Aurora's heart pounded, but she stood tall, her voice unwavering. "Because without light, there can be no shadow. Without day, there is no meaning to night. I seek not to destroy the darkness, but to restore the balance that has been lost." The shadow being paused, considering her words. Then, to Aurora's amazement, It began to shrink and shift, taking on a form she recognized all too well. "Well spoken, my apprentice," said Master Helios, or rather, the being that wore his form. "You have learned wisdom on your journey." Realization dawned on Aurora. The trial, the entire quest. It was all a test. The false Helios smiled, but it was Nox's voice that answered as he materialized beside them. "A necessary one, little light bearer. The seed of primordial light is not a thing to be found, but a truth to be understood." The shadow being shifted again, this time into a swirling vortex of light and darkness in perfect harmony. "You stand at the threshold of true understanding, Aurora of Lumina. Are you prepared to embrace the final truth?" With a deep breath, Aurora stepped forward into the vortex. In that moment, the full weight of cosmic knowledge flooded her mind. She saw the grand tapestry of existence, where light and shadow were but two sides of the same coin, each necessary for the other to exist. When the vision faded, Aurora found herself back in the illuminated tower, the eternal flame burning before her, not with the blinding brilliance of before, but with a steady, balanced glow that pulsed in rhythm with the shadows it cast. Master Helios the Real one this time stood beside her, his eyes filled with pride. "You've done it, my dear. You've restored the balance." Aurora nodded, feeling the weight of her newfound wisdom. "The eternal flame was never meant to banish darkness entirely," she said softly. "True harmony comes from the dance between light and shadow." As word of Aurora's quest spread throughout Lumina, a new age dawned for the kingdom. The people learned to embrace the night as well as the day, understanding that both were essential parts of the great cosmic dance. And Aurora, no longer just an apprentice, but a true master of both light and shadow, took her place as the guardian of this new balance. With Nox as her unlikely ally, she worked to bridge the gap between the realms of light and darkness, fostering understanding and harmony where once there had been fear and division. As she stood on the highest balcony of the radiant citadel, watching the sunset and the stars emerge in the velvet sky, Aurora smiled. The kingdom of Lumina had been transformed, its light now deeper and richer for the shadows it embraced. And though challenges would surely come, she knew that with wisdom, courage, and the delicate balance of light and dark, they would face whatever the future held together. Story 8. In the enchanted realm of Eldoria, where emerald forests whispered ancient secrets and crystal-clear rivers sang melodies of magic, a sinister affliction crept through the land like a shadow at twilight. The air grew heavy with dread as word spread of a mysterious plague that turned flesh to glittering crystal, leaving behind statues of those once full of life and laughter. Lyra, a young apprentice apothecary with eyes as bright as starlight and hair the color of autumn leaves, stood at the threshold of her master's shop. The scent of herbs and tinctures wafted around her as she gazed out at the cobblestone streets of Silverdale, the capital city of Eldoria. Her heart ached as she watched citizens hurry by, their faces etched with worry and fear. Lyra, her master's voice, rough as bark yet warm as sunlight, called from within. "Come, child, we have work to do inside." Master Thaddeus hunched over an ancient tome, his wizened fingers tracing lines of text. "The plague spreads faster than we can concoct remedies," he muttered, his brow furrowed beneath a shock of white hair. "We need something more potent, more magical." Lyra's eyes widened. "But master, we're apothecaries, not sorcerers." "How can we?" Thaddeus raised a gnarled hand, silencing her. "In times of great need, my dear, the line between science and magic blurs. There is a legend, whispered in the oldest corners of our lore, of a cure so powerful it could reverse even the most terrible of curses." As Thaddeus spoke of ancient ingredients and forgotten rituals, Lyra felt a fire ignite within her. She knew, with a certainty that thrummed through her very being, that she must be the one to undertake this quest. Dawn broke over Silverdale as Lyra shouldered her pack, filled with vials, herbs, and the precious map Thaddeus had entrusted to her. The city gates groaned open, and she stepped out into a world both familiar and suddenly fraught with danger. Her journey took her through the whispering woods, where trees bent to murmur warnings in her ear, and across the Mirror, a lake so still it reflected not just the sky, but glimpses of other worlds. Each step brought new wonders and terrors alike. It was in the shadow of the Frost Peak Mountains that Lyra encountered Thorn, a grizzled hunter with eyes like flint. In a past he seemed desperate to outrun. She found him locked in combat with a pack of crystal wolves, their bodies glittering deadly in the mountain sun. Without hesitation, Lyra flung a vial of quicksilver mist, confusing the beasts long enough for Thorn to dispatch them with his obsidian blade. As the last wolf shattered into 1,000 glittering shards, Thorn turned to Lyra with a mix of gratitude and suspicion. "What's a young apothecary doing in these cursed mountains?" he growled, sheathing his weapon. Lyra stood tall, meeting his gaze. "I seek a cure for the crystal plague. Will you join me? Your skills could mean the difference between success and failure." Thorn's laugh was as harsh as the wind that whipped around them. "And why would I risk my neck for a realm that cast me out?" "Because," Lyra said softly, "redemption often comes from the most unexpected places." Something flickered in Thorn's eyes, a spark of hope, quickly masked. With a curt nod, he agreed to accompany her, at least until they reached safer lands. As they journeyed together, facing twisted creatures and navigating treacherous landscapes, an unlikely friendship blossomed. Lyra learned of Thorn's past as a royal guard, dishonored and exiled for a crime he swore he didn't commit. In turn, she shared her dreams of healing not just bodies, but the very fabric of their world. Their quest led them to the heart of the Everdark forest, where shadows danced with malevolent intent, and the trees themselves seemed to shift and move. Here, they encountered the Sage of Whispers, an ancient being neither fully plant nor human, who guarded the first ingredient they sought, the tear of a dryad, crystallized by moonlight. To obtain this, you must offer a truth you've never spoken aloud, the sage intone, its voice like rustling leaves. Thorn stepped forward, his face a mask of pain. "I was framed for my crime by the very prince I swore to protect. He feared I knew of his dealings with dark forces." The forest seemed to hold its breath as the sage considered. Then, with a gesture, a glimmering tear appeared, suspended in the air before them. Their next challenge awaited in the caverns of echoing lament, where they sought the heartstring of a petrified phoenix. The caverns rang with mournful cries, each sound threatening to drive them to madness. It was Lyra who found the strength to press on, her determination a beacon in the darkness. "Listen not with your ears," she told Thorn, "but with your heart. The phoenix's song is one of rebirth, not sorrow." Together, they navigated the twisting passages until they found a chamber where a majestic bird, frozen in crystal, stood with wings outstretched. As they approached, a single string within its chest began to glow. The final ingredient, however, proved the most daunting, a scale from the great dragon of time, said to reside at the very peak of Mount Eternity. As they climbed the impossibly tall mountain, the air grew thin, and reality itself seemed to waver. They witnessed visions of past and future, temptations and terrors that threatened to break their resolve. Near the summit, they were confronted by a figure Thorn knew all too well, Prince Cedric, the man who had orchestrated his downfall. But this was no vision. Somehow, the prince had learned of their quest. "Did you think I wouldn't notice your meddling?" Cedric sneered, dark energy crackling around him. "The plague is my creation, my path to ultimate power." The revelation struck Lyra like a physical blow. The very royal family they sought to save was behind this calamity. A battle erupted on the mountainside, magic and steel clashing as Lyra and Thorn fought against Cedric and his shadowy minions. It was Lyra's quick thinking and Thorn's martial prowess that eventually turned the tide, sending the corrupted prince tumbling down the mountain's treacherous slopes. Battered but unbroken, they reached the summit, where the Dragon of Time awaited. The creature was magnificent beyond description, its scales shimmering with the light of countless stars. "You have proven yourselves worthy." The dragon's voice resonated in their minds. "But know this, to cure a plague born of corruption, a price must be paid. Are you willing to sacrifice that which you hold most dear?" Lyra stepped forward without hesitation. "I offer my gift, my ability to create and mix potions. If it will save Eldoria, I give it freely." The dragon's ancient eyes seemed to soften. With a single breath, It bestowed upon them a scale that held the very essence of time itself. Their return to Silverdale was a race against time, as the plague had spread further in their absence. In Thaddeus's shop, Lyra worked feverishly to combine the ingredients, her movements sure even as she felt her innate talent slipping away. As dawn broke, a shimmering mist spread through the city, enveloping the crystal statues. Cracks appeared, then shattered, revealing flesh and blood beneath. Cries of joy and disbelief filled the air as families were reunited and the curse was lifted. In the days that followed, the truth of Prince Cedric's betrayal came to light. Thorn's name was cleared, and he was offered his old position in the royal guard. But he declined, choosing instead to remain by Lyra's side as she adjusted to life without her apothecary skills. "You gave up your gift to save us all," he told her, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. "The least I can do is help you discover a new path." Lyra smiled, gazing out at the city she had saved. She may have lost her ability to mix potions, but she had gained something far greater than knowledge that true magic lies not in herbs and tinctures, but in the courage to sacrifice for others. As Eldoria began to heal, whispers of a new legend spread through the land, the tale of a brave young apothecary and a redeemed hunter who had faced impossible odds to save the world. And though challenges would surely come again, people of Eldoria knew that as long as there were hearts full of courage and compassion, hope would always flourish.